seen them battle it out. But right now, it's the women's bronze medal match that we have coming up for you. Kerry Pottharst here at Volleyball Central with Max Skura. Max, we've had some really good battles, the women's especially, the 2 3-set matches in those semis. The men's identical scores, 21-19, 21-19 in both matches, so very tight. And those are going through to the gold and bronze. But we've got a development with the bronze medal match for the men.
Yes. Unfortunately for Thailand, Wichirawit Wadpa has unfortunately come down with illness and is on the way to hospital at the moment. So, you know, hopefully all is well and that, you know, he'll have a quick recovery, and, you know, that does mean that New Zealand do get that bronze medal all locked up. But, you know, never how you want to finish your tournament, you know, on a forfeit, both, you know, being the team forfeiting and also winning on that. But main thing is hoping that Thailand, you know, recover quickly and that all is well.
Yeah, well, kudos to Thailand for putting on such a good effort in their semi-final. Well, the semi-finals for the women's, we saw America tussle it out in 3 sets. Up against Australia, they'll be looking to win the gold medal match, and in the semi-final, Australia taking it out over Japan. Well, the bronze, Japan now, that's coming up against Perinic and Gessner from the United States. They are going to come back with a vengeance. It's going to be interesting to see which of these two teams are going to be able to pick themselves up again after a loss in the semi-final and see whether they can make it through and win that last medal on offer. This is what happened in the men's. Burnett and Pearce, well, they did it tough. They 21-19, 21-19, as I said, over Thailand. They're through to the gold medal match with McNeil and Russell, who did it also tough over New Zealand. So you'll see the bronze medal match down the bottom. Reid and McManaway, they already have officially won that match because of the forfeit from Thailand. The players are almost ready. The officials just finishing off the court now for the women's bronze medal match. Nice look at the new Mikasa balls that came out in the last season. They're supposed to be better to set with your hands with. They've got little ripples on them that make them a little bit more comfortable to play with. We're just going to grab a couple of the players now for an interview. Greg Jury is down on the sand, ready and waiting. And we are ready and waiting to hear from him and Japan. Take it away, Greg.
Suzuka, unlucky loss in that semi-final, but you must be excited about bringing some positive energy for this game.
Yes, I have more energy. Yeah.
Now, with your play of what you like to achieve in a game with your partner, Rika, what are the most important things to you when you play?
We keep smiling, keep energy, effort, so never give up the game.
That's so awesome, mate. All the best out there today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I love it. It's always difficult when you come to another country and you have to do an interview in another language. But what a wonderful country and countryside we have here in Queensland. Some of the best events in the world, some of the best beaches, big surfing events, racing events, all sorts of spectacular sights. And now, of course, the beach volleyball here in Coolangatta on the Gold Coast. Just a short drive down from Brisbane. And Greg is on the sand with one of the Americans.
Now, Maya, obviously a really important game for you. Winning bronze is like winning gold sometimes because at least you're winning something that matters. Tell me a bit about the importance of this game to you.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last match during our time here in Australia. So I think for us, we're kind of talking about emptying the tank, leaving it all out on the court, and having no regrets when we travel back to the States.
So what are the pillars in this game that you two will really concentrate on?
I think a lot of it will be kind of next point mentality, having a short memory and resetting after each point and just focusing on what we can control, our passing, our serving, our setting, and all that.
Awesome, mate. Good luck out there today.
Thank you. Woo.
Pretty much every part of the game they need to focus on, but I love the fact that they want to leave it all out on the court, Max.
Yeah, and as Maya said as well, having that, short-term memory, if you're making those errors and if you want to make sure that you can bounce back and then, forget about it and go on and, for Maya, I'm hoping that she did watch the semi-final between Japan and Australia and just took note of the blocking from Yana and the changes that she made, because Maya will be able to do the same sort of thing and could get a fair few blocks in that cross court.
Yeah, that will be very interesting. Of course, they wouldn't have probably watched much of those matches. They would have been relying on their coaches, keeping an eye on the other semi-final to see if there was anything that they could pick up from that. Sam Delaney up on the stand, getting a rapturous applause. Dominique Fulcher down on the sand helping officiate in this women's bronze medal match. Kerry Pothast here with you alongside of me, Max Gura. We are very, very excited to see who will take home the medals this afternoon on Super Sunday here. Americans out first, Delaney Peronich from Half Moon Bay in California, 24 years of age. And her partner, Maya Gessner, the blocker, 185, the lefty. She's from La Jolla in California. Fifth seed, Suzuka Hashimoto, been doing a lot of blocking this week on the sand. The 30-year-old, 183 centimetres tall, and her partner doing all the defending, and great she has been in the back. Rika Murakami, the 27-year-old, at 172 centimetres. So very similar heights, both these teams. This is going to be a great matchup. USA versus Japan. First time these teams have actually played together on the FIVB tour. Maybe had a few training sessions together. They've all been here in Queensland for a week.
Let's go.
Women's bronze medal match here, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event on the Gold Coast. The first point going to Japan up against the USA, Peronich and Gessner.
Some good service pressure there to start off from Rika, just really putting the US under stress.
It's definitely what it's going to take to put these ladies out of system. Bit of pressure here. Well, did a good job to get around the block. Rain still dribbling down a little bit down there on the sand. The pressure on the Japanese now through the middle. And what a wonderful spike.
It was great movement by Rika to get out there. The set from Suzuka was potentially a little wider than initially expected, but that then also did open up with Maya dropping on the block, and Rika was just able to hit over the top.
Peronich taking that one through the middle, looking to go high and deep, but she just misses. So interesting tactic, rather than going aggressive against the Japanese, such great defenders, trying to beat them in the backcourt. It's going to be hard. 3-1 for Japan. Oh, the trouble serve. That one just floating up a little bit.
Yeah, you can see just catching Delaney high up on that, bicep to shoulder. Just a little demon of a float serve there from Suzuka.
This is the Americans' 8th match for the tournament. Good stop. Oh, wonderful hit, Suzuka on two. It was great. She had to go, didn't she?
Yeah, that was off the top of the block, and of course that is counting as that contact, but what a set by Rika as well. Suzuka, all she had time to do was turn around and jump.
5-1 lead now for Japan, looking pretty good. That one not so good.
Just a Good swing that time there from Delaney Perronish. She's going through the block of Suzuka Hashimoto.
It's always easy when you have a little deficit at the beginning of the set, because you can kind of feel like, well, it's okay, we've still got time to make that up. You don't want that to get any bigger. You don't want them to get any further away. 3 points is enough. Or now make that 4.
Be looking for that short-term memory early, the US team.
Flat serve, beautiful pass from Gesner. Opportunity for the Americans. Perronic can't get it down. Oh, wonderful slice from Riker.
Millimetre perfect there. Just watch that cut, and then just, you can see the line just jump up as it tags.
Focus on Riker's face. She knows where she wants the ball to go. Defense. And good court vision as well to finish that off.
Serve was so quick, almost didn't see it for a second. Great little defensive transition there.
I think she had a cross call too from her partner and didn't listen. You see what you see, and you just got to go with your gut. Short this time on Gesner. Looking for her own cut shot, but easily read by Riker. A little bit of help.
Sometimes just that hit into the net, as you see, just popping up, just throws off the defense with their timing and just really gets them back on their heels, and forcing the Americans into a timeout early on in this bronze medal match.
Yeah, it's just been like a freight train for the Japanese. They're just going through it, or should I say a bullet train. They're just absolutely digging everything and transitioning beautifully right now.
It's really looking to go at this game hard, fast, early on. It's a great way to start off a set in a bronze medal match. Really stamp yourself in the game. Show that you've moved on from the heartache, the annoyance of losing a semi-final and then coming out and really striving for that bronze medal.
Yeah, Japanese ladies had a really great match against Fayez and Milutinovic, the Australians, going down in 3 sets. Third set was pretty one-sided to the Aussies, but they still fought really hard, and they were right in that match. Straight back to Maya Gesner. Good touch off the block. This has got to go, and go it does. Through the middle.
You can see just after that swing of Maya Gesner, just all it took was just a half step, dropping back off of the net, and then realising she actually did have to get back there for the block, and just that slight mistiming was all that Suzuka Hashimoto needed.
Well, that one, I could feel for her that it felt like it was going in because it had so much spin on it, but it was just a little wide. Players can, in fact, ask the referee to step off the stand and check the ball mark. If they are sure, they will talk to the lines people. No need to check that ball mark. That was pretty easy for Japan. So switch.
It's a massive end switch there for Japan, 11-3. Rika Murakami was just on a hell of a service run, and now we're going back and we're going to see if Suzuka can follow suit.
The Japanese ladies have had a pretty good run. They beat the Australians, Phoebe Bell and Caitlin Bettany, in their first pool match. They then lost to Whalen and Chacon, who are in the gold medal match, the Americans, in 3. And then they took out England in 2 pretty easy sets. They took out Vanuatu in 3. And then, just as I said before, went down in the semi-final. So mixed bag of results. touch. And well read by Riker.
Just such a quick little two-ball there on that defensive transition. You could see that Peronich and Gesner were still actually just getting set, getting into their own defensive setup, and all of a sudden the ball was landing on their side of the court.
Taking her time, Gesner. This time Peronich going on too and making sure it's deep enough.
The Americans are looking like they're going to have to be pretty perfect with their shots at the moment because Japan are touching everything.
They can't give up any points on errors either at this point. Well, that's an error for Japan. The ball hitting the antenna. So that ball needs to travel between the two antennas on the sides of the court, sides of the net. Can't hit that antenna. So one little one back for the US, 5 serving 13. Good touch by Gesner, gets an opportunity, can't get her feet in the right spot. It's a better chance. Oh, and that one lands in. Gesner just kind of waving around, putting the Japanese off.
It's always a funny one when you're at the net as a blocker and you know that ball's going over and probably just a little bit far over for you to get, and you just kind of jump, and all it took was that little bit of confusion.
The hesitation. Good swing. Suzuka really just making sure she uses her strength. Japan want to keep that momentum going into the second set too, but once we sit down, if this set finishes in Japan's favour, it's back to 0 again. Good take by Peronich. Again, the defence from Japan. Oh, a little error, so just a little bit anxious perhaps to make that point.
Yeah, just that error, and Capel just keeping the Americans there. They are at a 7-14 deficit, but feel like Japan have been pretty on top, and the gap could have been bigger, that's for sure.
Starting to find a bit of a rhythm perhaps, Peronich and Gesner. Hear them having a chat.
We'll have to see how they come out of this technical timeout. Are they able to put their own little explosive run together like the Japanese had for the start of the game?
And you've got to stay positive at this point too, because it's a best of 3 sets. We're playing to 21 points. If we need a third set, we go to 15. But you've got to stay positive, because if you drop this one, there's still plenty of time. And the Americans were out there pretty early warming up before the Japanese team, so they're eager. I think they've just maybe been a little bit surprised by the strategy, perhaps by the crispness of the Japanese defense. That's a good serve. Oh, she saw it.
Yeah, she saw that two-ball offense was there. Potentially though, just that overpass ball was just a little bit tight from Maya Gesner, and just really not too many options for Delaney Peronich.
And this time the option is much crisper. Maya Gesner just bringing out the knuckle.
Smart little play back over to her line.
15 to Japan, 8 to the USA. Make that 16. Love the way they say nice, nice afterwards. So many English words being used because they play volleyball all over the world. And so they just pick up all the little English reactions and calls.
That serve just into the middle of the net. You can see what Rika Murakami's trying to do. She's got this little hybrid serve, and she tosses it up like a float and then really tries to wrap her hand over the side of it, create a lot of spin.
Another error from the Japanese. So the US now making point after point on the errors from the ladies in red.
We know that's an area that Suzuka wants to go, is that cross court.
Great tussle at the net. Opportunity for Japan, and another hitting error. Just losing their focus. The pressure from the Americans a little bit too much.
It's almost like that set was so high that Rika just had so much time, but we're still having to travel such a distance that she just felt like she couldn't get any sort of rhythm in her approach, and as you can see, just goes off with 1 foot and just rolls that into almost the bottom of the net.
Well, they're going to have a timeout, the Japanese ladies. They called it, and they will discuss what they can do to stop those errors, because the Americans right now aren't doing anything different, just being patient.
Japanese are really just currently sitting on that amazing start that they had. 3 errors in a row, and yet they've still got a 5-point lead. So they really did the work early, and now they'll want to make sure that they can come out and finish this set off quickly, not give the US any sort of chance to gain any momentum.
Coming back out on court for this women's bronze medal match. Japan in the red, the USA in the orange. USA trailing 11-16 in this first set, but looking a lot better now. They've come to play. Another great serve. Suzuka way off the net and misses again. Wow. Well, I'm sure if their coach was able to coach them, they would be doing some sort of punishment drill by now. All those errors.
4 in a row for errors.
Or in the net. Some errors come because you take a risk, but they're all pretty simple errors. Let's see. Suzuka now, side out here. Finally gets the side out, nice and crisp. Is it enough now to maintain this lead?
Should hope so. Should hope that we're not going to have another run of 4 going against the Japanese.
Mai Gesner, short ball. Great defense. Good communication from Perinic. Oh, and again, the error into the net. So whether it's the rain, it could be the rain stinging the eyes. You see the Japanese ladies still have their glasses on, and their peak of their hat is kind of protecting the lens a little bit, maybe from some of the raindrops. The Americans deciding not to use their glasses, maybe being affected by a raindrop. All the way to the line, great. Oh, it was a great pass, but Gesner just couldn't get her feet to it.
Other thing as well with, potentially with that one as well, you go for the knuckle, and as soon as that ball was just a little bit slick, rather than your knuckle, just having that little bit of extra friction and getting a solid contact, it can just slip off.
19-12 now to Japan. Perinic, oh, good touch. Oh, Riker couldn't quite get there, but well done by Suzuka on the net. This is a big swing from Delaney Perinic. They're happy to keep that one from coming back over. 13 serving 19. Oh, and that one not going over. It almost looked from our angle that it was going to roll over, but set point now to Japan. And they've got quite a few of them to play with. Going for the ace down the line. Interesting. Not much room for error down there.
It's good to see Rika just give it a crack though, see if she can finish it off there. Now they just want to make sure they can do it in their first side out.
That one has to go. This time Suzuka, she goes deep. Still in play, they'll have a free ball. Oh, The ball goes to Japan. That ball going outside of the antenna. Americans aren't happy, but that gives that first set, 21-14, to the Japanese team. Laney Perinic can't really say much about that at all. Judged by the lines people, that's why we saw the flags waving, that the ball travelled over the net to the Japanese side, but it was outside of that antenna. Tough call on set point.
Very tough call. Especially when you've got you feel like you've done your best there. Big effort play just to keep that ball alive, and then just to put it out off of a bump pass over the net. A little bit heartbreaking, but the Americans are going to need to respond here now for this second set. Make sure that the Japanese team don't come out with that same run that they did and really draw out a huge lead on them. If they get another 4-error run in the Americans' favour, they want to make sure that they're in a position where they can draw a lead from that.
It's just been the ball control from Reika and Suzuka, been dominating. Second set action, women's bronze medal. Some great serving was in the first set. We see it again to kick us off in this second set. Rika has done so well from the baseline. One of the best defenders on the sand this weekend as well. Keeping the ball alive. Good dig this time from Perinic. This time cannot get a hand near it in defense. So Perinic comes out with some aggression.
So we're going to need to see here from the Americans. Rika had been all over so many of their attacks, and they're going to need to come out aggressive.
I just love it sometimes when these players, they battle in these crazy rallies, and then there's a side out that's just like that. It's a pass, it's a set, and it's such an easy roll, and you think, why can't we just play like that all the time? That's the beauty of the game. Every point is different. 2 serving 1. Gesner hasn't got a block, but she's got defenders. Oh, and she can't defend it herself, so again, Reika just raking up the points.
Yes, well played there. As you said, each point is different, yet on paper they're all worth the same. So it doesn't matter if you absolutely bury a swing like that or if it's just a nice little baby knuckle.
Gesner now with a quick set and a nice little play. So she's got the deft touch as well as the big swing, that left hand. Keeping the pressure on Suzuka. Easy read for Perinic. Oh, nice hand over the top of that ball.
Gesner just putting too much onto that set and just putting that over the net for Suzuka to just play that into that back half meter.
4-2 for Japan. Smaller set. Oh, that's a good call from the referee. I would agree with that. So if the player is running backwards off the block and they decide to take the ball above their head like that, if it's not deemed a hard-driven ball, it has to be a perfect set, or it has to be a tomahawk, or a, some sort of fist or some sort of hard contact. If it's fingers like that, it has to be a hard-driven ball, and that definitely was not a hard-driven ball. So side switch, Americans still down by 1. Ball in hand. Opportunity for a point. Oh, made brilliantly. Nowhere else to go really on that one.
Yeah, you had Rika covering almost a bit over half the court to herself, and Suzuka had dropped off and had that front little quadrant covered and just beautifully deep into the middle, but follows it up with Bit of a frustrating service error there.
Very interesting mistake on that occasion. That was not just out, it was way out. So to stay focused, the Americans, if they want to stay with this very well-controlled Japanese team. Good touch. Oh, can't do it again, though. Working well, attacking the defending blocker. Made a few points now. 5 points all. And nothing really to do with that. That was just too hard to put away. Easy point for Maya Gesner.
Looks like not even getting a touch on that block that time, but in a beautiful position, just putting that pressure on.
Big swing. Answered nicely. It's always good to answer with some power and some aggression, isn't it? When you've made a mistake or you've dropped a point.
So this is where, to be looking for Gesner just to take that step inside, take a little bit more of that cross court, because we know that's where Suzuka wants to go.
Well, that's the side spin you were talking about before. Talk us through that serve.
So Rika Murakami's throwing that ball up like it's going to be a regular jump float serve. And then as she's going, she's trying to hit that like a topspin serve, but just moving her hand slightly, more to like a 2 o'clock sort of position. And that just gets that little bit of the angle serve, and especially with just like a little bit of breeze, it would just swing that ball around.
And then followed it up with just a flat float through the middle. So she's got the variety as well. And that's what I love so much about Japanese volleyball players, indoor and beach. They're so well trained. And they're trained like military style almost from a very young age in the high schools, in the junior schools. And the best come through to represent their country. Nice fingertip spike.
Sometimes all you need, just using the fingertips, getting up really high, and that's actually what drew that net touch there from Maya Gesner. Is she was trying to reach up just as hard to try and challenge that attack.
Perinic yelling at Gesner to go. It's a free ball for Japan. Good read. Again, the transition just letting them down, the Americans. Well, lucky break there for the Americans. That is the difference right now. They're just not transitioning their opportunities as well as the Japanese team are. Both teams, I'm going to call it, but I think they're both pretty fatigued. It's been a long week. As I said before, they were here last weekend playing in the Australian Championships. They played in New Zealand, they played in Mollymook. Been playing a lot.
You can see there's 2 different sets in those transitions as well. You had on the Americans, the set was a fair way off the net, bit of miscommunication, then the Japanese was very tight and Suzuka couldn't get to her, but that time, that set in a beautiful position for Suzuka just to take that ball off the top of Maya Gesner's block.
Well, it's now or never for the Americans. They need to lift, get a bit of gap if they can. Perinic goes up. She's still looking pretty strong. She's still using her aggressive swing. Maybe the Japanese need to keep the ball away from her a little bit. It's interesting sometimes. That'll happen. One partner will be on fire. The other one will just be hanging in there. And that's all part of the game and the cat and mouse trying to work out who to serve. Oh, good reaction from the Americans.
Perinic has made a great move across and just stopped herself from getting caught out, and great little tomahawk dig, and then Gesner just knuckling that ball while standing.
Nice aggression from Suzuka herself. Both teams dropping off the net now rather than blocking, making it harder for their opponents to put the ball away. I say something for how tight the sets are. 10 all. Gesner this time. Well, a little bit off the side of the ball, so first mistake creeps in there for Maya Gesner, and Japan will sit down in the technical timeout, up by just 1.
Some of those sets, as you say, don't seem to be getting quite there. Where that one seemed to be in a really good spot for Maya Gesner, and potentially is just that block also dropping. That it's just delaying her decision-making process just a tad, and then all it takes is just that hand to drop just that little bit, and all of a sudden that swing's going out wide rather than finding a bit of sand or finding the dropping blocker of Suzuka.
It's not just physical fatigue, it's also mental fatigue. It's those decisions to be made. As I said, this is the 8th match that the Americans have played. They won their first 2 in the qualifier against a Japan team and an Australian team. They won them in 2 sets, so not too bad. In the pool game, they lost a match and then won in a barn burner with Phoebe Bell and Caitlin Bednay, 16-14 in the 3rd. So that was a long match, nearly an hour. Then they beat Japan, Murakami and Tishimura. And then they beat Georgia Johnson and Jasmine Fleming from Australia in pretty tight sets.
Easy as he does it though, that's a great side out of that technical timeout. Beautiful pass set, and then a nice little knuckle over the top of the block.
Bit of pressure on the serve, nicely taken by Japan. Oh, beautifully done, just over the block as well. So both teams, again, the knuckle seems to be the favourite shot today.
Yeah, it just seems like it's their way of keeping it short while still getting over the top of the block.
Through the middle, when you're in a fiddle, or when you want an ace, when you want a point. Both these teams working the middle well, and you'll find that they'll serve the middle, but it'll swing towards the person that they perhaps want to be the one to receive it. So Japan now have the 2-point lead, 13-11. Same serve. This time Gesner cuts it off. Easy dig for Suzuka. Ooh, that one almost coming off her elbow.
You can see just how low she contacted that swing and just missed as well.
12 serving 13. If this goes to a 3rd, these 4 ladies are going to be exhausted. Nice finish. And that's what you have to tell yourself as a player sometimes, don't you? Like, just this rally, just one more rally. Because the rallies are really only 3 or 4 seconds long. And then you get quite a big break.
But those breaks never seem to feel as big as they are when you're at the end of a tournament.
Perinic, here's the partner call, and wow, lucky she went short. Raker was on it. Every time now one of these players hits the sand, they take a little bit longer to get out. Zuka. This will be a free of a free ball. Perinic. Well, another opportunity. Raker this time has a look. And it's just too far for Gesner. Great work again from Japan in defense, just not letting the Americans take any of those transition opportunities.
No, is it, as you have said, just with that little bit of fatigue coming in, it's all it takes, when you're not landing, say in that instance, landing from the block and ready to explode out. Just that split second is all it takes, and then all of a sudden yeah, that's too far. I can't have a crack at that one.
Gesner goes at the retreating blocker again, Doug. Wants to finish this one here. The net helps Japan, still in play. Oh, great dig. Perinic will have to give an easy ball, but it's a tough one and it's out. Goodness gracious, what a rally. Someone call a timeout. I'm tired watching.
And there you go. The Americans have listened, calling a timeout after just putting that free ball out deep. You know, you could see that they're really trying to go after Suzuka and put her under the pump throughout that whole point, and then just unfortunately that one just going long.
I would love to see this match being played at the beginning of a tournament. I think it would look very, very different, because right now, under fatigue, both teams, it's the ball control that is the difference, and the Japanese ladies have the better ball control at the moment. Really is about the transition setting as well, I've got to say. If they're not putting that ball on the net and they're just allowing the blocker to run off and play defense, it's just going to create more and more long rallies. 3-point gap now for Japan. They won the first set. They're looking good in this second set. Oh, another ace, this time down the line.
She tried to go for it to end the first set, and this time she absolutely nails it.
Perinic again under some pressure. It's a pretty good set. Well, that one must have been touched on the way through. Perinic this time again. Easy dig for Reika. Oh, and she puts it away with some heat through the block.
Oof.
Well, did that one go through the hands of Delaney? I hope that one didn't strike her in the head. She's smiling.
I reckon she was just able to protect herself there, but that came through some power.
Putting the swing away, and she finds the middle. So beautiful side out for the Americans, but gee, they've got to do something special here. Let's have a look here.
Oh, was a falcon off the forehead.
Didn't quite get the hands there, but the response was like, nothing. What? Someone hit me? Good dig. Easy ball for Gesner. Oh, she goes for the little touch. Why not? There's no one been at the net for so many points. They've just been playing defense in the backcourt, so Gesner changes it up. Great decision.
As you said, after so many points with the ball just being in that back half, all it took was just a little knuckle.
Oh, that's a shame for the Americans. That could be the difference now. It would have been a very different scoreline. Suzuka and Reika so close now to the end of this match. 19 serving 15. Suzuka with the serve. Oh, that dropped like a lead balloon. Perinic. Great dig. Wow, big point, but oh, she clipped the net on the follow through. The Americans are having a giggle. Wow.
What a dig and what a swing. I don't even care that she touched the net on that.
Let's have a look. What sort of touch? Oh, just a little touch. So disappointed. I feel for her. I still remember the dig.
It was such a good angle that she had as well.
16 serving 19. Good pass, nice and wide for Reika, and she gets a big angle to play with. And now Japan, they have it. They have a match point. In fact, they have 4 of them. All you want to do here if you're an American is hope that they can do 4 mistakes in a row like they did in that first set. I'm not sure it will happen at this point. Great serve. Good dig off the hand. Oh, there it is. Japan are our bronze medalists. Suzuka and Reika. Wonderful match. So well fought out by both teams. And Perinic and Gesner, well, they fought hard. They had moments there, but I just think the fatigue crept in and the ball control from the Japanese ladies was too good under the pressure. And now they can just let the relief out. Suzuka, oh, they're both looking at each other saying, no, I don't want to do the interview, pointing at each other. So wonderful to see these ladies take out the bronze medal. Wonderful to have the Americans here as well. We're going to hear from them in a sec, but what a match it was. 2-0 for Japan. Still plenty of action coming up. We've got a forfeit in the men's. We're going to have a little break, but then we're going to follow with the gold medal matches. But right now, Greg Jury has Japan down there to interview.
Yes, I've got Suzuka and Rika here. Girls, congratulations. You must be so happy.
Yes, finally. So we get the bronze medal. So we are happy.
Now, the best thing about winning bronze is that you're winning something and it's winning a medal. You must be very happy with the process, the way you guys played. Tell me, as a partnership, what you mean to each other.
I don't understand.
That's okay. We can start again. Talk to me a bit about your energy that you find in the games.
Yes. We have more energy, so we try, never give up, so we can get the bronze medal. We are so happy.
Excellent, girls. Well, I'm sorry about the weather, but at least you go home with a beautiful medal, and congratulations. You've done a fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something to your people at home in Japanese?
Okay. 銅メダル取りました。やったー。
Arigato.
Awesome, girls. Well done.
Arigato, ladies.
Arigato.
Arigato, Greg Jury. Well done. It's always difficult to come to another country and try and do those interviews, but they did it very well. The smiles said it all, that's for sure. Japan absolutely dominant over the United States.
They didn't come out with the same explosion in that second set. It took a little bit longer, but the consistency of just their defensive pressure eventually just eked out that second set, and it just seemed like that game just flew. It just seemed like it went so fast, and just that may have just been Rika just flying all over the backcourt, keeping that ball alive.
Wasn't she wonderful? And also her serving really set them up to play defense a lot of the time. Suzuka didn't have too many blocks, but she definitely directed the ball to her partner, that's for sure. And it's so wonderful to see players of Rika's height. I'm just going to say it again, 172 centimetres. Not one of the tallest players on the World Tour, but she's on the World Tour. So if you're a shorter player, that's 5'6". If you're a shorter player, then be sure that you can absolutely, definitely play this game of beach volleyball. 21-14, 21-16. Japan, bronze medal here on the Gold Coast, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event. We're going to take a little break now, and we'll be back with plenty more action. There's so much more to be had, as we said. Again, men's bronze medal match has been a forfeit, so that will go directly to the Kiwis, John McManaway and Thomas Reid. They'll be happy to leave this beautiful part of the world with a bronze medal, although they didn't get to play it. So come and explore Australia's favourite playground here on the Gold Coast. If you're around, if you've been here before, you know how wonderful it is. It's an absolutely beautiful part of the world, whether it's the beach, the mountains, or dining, or of course the beach volleyball here in Coolangatta. Greg Jury has the winner of the men's bronze medal match, Jack McManaway, down on the sand.
Now, Jack, mate, it doesn't get any easier than this. Massage chair, working on the hamstrings, mate, and winning a bronze medal.
Yeah, I could get used to winning a bronze like this, but obviously a bit gutting that Thailand had to forfeit, and obviously thoughts go out to them, and hopefully everything's all good at the hospital.
Now, mate, is this the first ever time in your career of winning a medal and not doing anything, or is this happened before to you?
On the World Tour, this is the first time. It's nice. I definitely think that we were confident going into this game. So, yeah, we were in good spirits, but like I said, it's nice to win like this, and obviously, yeah, just hoping everything goes well with these Thai boys.
Now, the big question is, where's your partner right now, mate?
There was talk about an exhibition game, but I think his biggest concern was a pint at the pub. So yeah, we've worked hard over the summer, and yeah, we're just real happy to get on the podium for this one last time.
Good on you, mate. Hey, Jack, congratulations, mate. Bronze medal.
Cheers, appreciate that.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, Jack. Well, that's a nice view. Watching Jack just get rubbed down at the end of the tournament. I'm sure he absolutely deserves it. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medal to New Zealand. The gold medal is still up for grabs between Australia and Canada. Who will it be? Well, we won't know for another hour or so. I hope you come back and join us for that. And of course, on the women's side, bronze medal to Japan, Suzuka and Riker over the USA. We just enjoyed that match. And coming up next is the women's gold medal match, the USA up against the very own Australian team, Fayez and Milutinovic. We are excited about the next couple of matches. Stay with us. We'll be back soon. Australia, the coastline, the Gold Coast in Queensland for the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event here on Coolangatta Beach. Well, we are warming up. It is gold medal match time. And it's Kerry Podas here with Max Gura. Max, wow, haven't we had a fantastic week of volleyball? The Volley Slam, we've seen it all, and it's all down to these last two matches.
Can't wait for these two gold medal games. As you said, we've already had some awesome action. You know, both of these girls teams had to go through 3 sets to get here, and you know, I reckon we're potentially in line for another one.
Well, we've got Aussies in the women's final. We've got Aussies in the men's final. Can we get that pot of gold for Australia? What do you think our chances are?
I think they're looking pretty good. These two teams in the women's match have played twice before and recently, and the Aussie girls have got their number going on paper. And I think going with how you know, Jack and Paul had to really battle in their semi-final, I reckon they've got the goods, and you know, we could come home with a double Aussie gold.
Yeah, well, as I said, it's been a fantastic week. The weather's been a little bit different. It's been raining a little bit this morning. The wind is picking up ever so slightly. And while we were having a little break on court, we managed to get the Year 11 Honours final to play on centre court. We saw the Scots College from New South Wales up against Craigsley from Queensland. Scots College in the yellow. The boys won that, so congratulations to Lucas Fletcher and Rohan, his partner from New South Wales. Well, this is what the women's is looking like. We've got the gold medal match coming up. Chacon and Whalen from the USA up against Fayez and Milutinovic. Bronze medal already secured by Japan, Suzuka and Riker. One more to go, and the best one of the week. You can see there the way they made it through. They've had some great matches. Lots of fans still out and about, just making sure that they stay under the covers. Getting a little chilly. When it gets a little bit wet, sometimes the wind can add to the chill factor. So the players, well, they'll still be hot out there on the court, but they get to sit under the umbrellas in between. And having a look now at the USA ladies, they are absolutely focused. Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen coming in as the number 4 seeds, and there's Australia, Steffi Fayez and Jana Milutinovic, the number 1 seeds. So it's going to be a cracker. I can't call this one.
Well, as I alluded to earlier, these two teams have played each other twice, both at the Mount Maunganui Futures event in pool plays and semi-finals, and both of those games went to 3 sets. Fayez and Milutinovic won both of those with the 2 required point gap in the 3rd set, one at the 15-13, one 16-14. So I think that you know, we're probably in line for a 3-set match here.
Well, it's going to be a tight one. We all know it. It's on the players' faces. They're getting pumped up. I think Greg Jury is down on the sand right now with the Americans.
Elena, exciting times, gold medal game, last event of the year for Australia. You must be excited to be here.
Yeah, we're stoked to be here. This is our 2nd time in Australia, and we're having a great time so far.
Now, into this game, obviously you know these girls quite well now. Tell me about your strategy internally that you want to work on during this game.
I think it's going to be on our side. We've matched up with them a couple times in the past couple weeks, and we're expecting a fight, and so we're ready for it.
Good on you, mate. I love that fighting words. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Keeping all her cards to her chest. They are expecting a fight here in this beautiful part of the world. Well, if you haven't been here before, come and explore Australia's favourite playground. There's plenty to do. There's plenty of sports to be had. And now on our wonderful beaches, we have plenty of beach volleyball, especially in the last 10 days. Greg Jury now has Steffi Fayez from Australia.
Steffi, obviously you love this beach. I love Australia this year. You've been on fire. You've won so many tournaments in a row. I know this is the last one of the year. What does it mean for you and Jana for this game to take away gold?
Oh, we're definitely looking to back up our win from last year at this Futures. It means a lot. It's been a long couple of weeks, but we're ready to come out firing and come out with a bang.
Now, the weather, obviously not the greatest. Tough conditions. What adjustments do you need to make in this game to help that control that you seek?
Oh, definitely the ball will get a little bit slipperier, but otherwise everything's pretty much the same, just taking an extra little time on the contact on the ball. That's about it.
Beautiful, mate. Good luck out there today.
Thank you. Thanks.
19 years of age, Stephanie Fayez. She first started representing Australia at 17, and look at her now. She's on the World Tours. This is a Futures event. This will lead her into a wonderful career, I'm sure, over the next few years with her 22-year-old partner, Jana Milutinovic. As we welcome our referees for this match. And they've got their wet weather gear on, that's for sure.
First referee, Mr. Jonathan Lamprecht.
Jonathan Lamprecht. Jonathan Fogarty on the microphone, on the sand. Love his little quirks. Jaden Nosworthy on the sand, helping officiate this match. Jonathan Fogarty will bring out the players.
Number 4 senior team from the United States of America.
They're bringing out the Americans. I'm not sure they're ready. Are they ready? Here they come. Mariah Whalen and Elena Chacon, the number 4 seeds, both 25 years of age. Oh, they lost the court announcer, unfortunately. Something happened there to Jonathan Fogarty. We'll get him back later. And out come the Aussies. Stephanie Fayez, 19 years of age. Jana Milutinovic, 22 years of age. You've got the 2 blockers, Whalen from the USA and Milutinovic, 185, 187 centimetres. So they're going to be battling it out at the net. Then you've got the best 2 defenders on the sand in the last few weeks here in Australia. You've got Chacon from the USA, 175, and Fayez, who's got a few more centimetres at 185. So a battle of the defenders or a battle of the blockers, Max? What are you thinking?
I think it's going to be a battle of the defenders. They've got to back in Steffi and Elena that they're going to be hunting and they're going to be flying around the court. It's going to be interesting to see, though, where they're going to go with it. Who are each team going to actually target? Are they going to go after, you know, the defenders who probably have a little bit more craft of the game, or do they want to see a blocker matchup?
Well, we'll find out shortly. The USA in the red at the top of the screen, up against Australia. Lackluster first serve for Elena Chacon. She can just kiss that one goodbye. Forget about that point. Australia now with the ball in hand. Fayez, sunglasses on top of the cap, not needing them with this rain coming down. Gutsy leave.
Very gutsy. That's very close. But out, and now it's 2-0. Australians with a nice little lead to start.
Fayez again has a wonderful float serve. Chacon trying to get over that block. She's going to go high now. She goes for the cut shot. Beautiful change up.
Well, early on, it's looking like the Aussies are going to go after Elena Chacon, and they're wanting that defender matchup. They want to get that block of Jana up and influencing that attack.
Fayez off the hands of her partner, just clipping the top of the net, and that one rolling out of bounds. So the fast arm of Steffi Fayez sometimes just miss-hitting the ball a little bit. Didn't quite get the good palm on that. 2-all. Beautiful pass. Oh, and there's that wet ball. Steffi was talking about the rain causing a bit of havoc, and perhaps the sweat on Steffi's arms, putting some extra moisture on the ball. Another good pass from the Australians. Oh, the Americans all over it, serving tough, blocking tough.
was always going to be interesting to see how, players react, after setting a double. Do they back in their hands again? Do they change it up? And, that time we saw a bump set from Jana and she puts that over the net.
This one's going to be tight. Beautifully played down the line, Fayez.
It's a good response there, and after winning the first 2 points, dropped 4 in a row before taking that third into the end switch.
Milutinovic on the baseline. She serves and runs all the way to the net to block for her team. And she serves well, doesn't she? Beautiful flat float. Both Steffi and Jana have similar serves in that sense. Very flat, very fast.
Yeah, it's just all the difference is just simply the height that is coming over, and Jana's able to almost seemingly hit the ball down at times over the net.
Well, she wants to keep the Americans deep in the court, and that is the risk. Sometimes that ball just flying out. So the Americans just with the 1 point advantage right now, 5 serving 4. That's a big set and another big block. Oh my goodness. Well, that was a lucky play, but we'll take it, Australia.
I just loved the fact that Jana backed in her hands there and really went for it, put that set in a good position and then followed in afterwards. Their coaches, Margot and Josh, would have loved the fact that she got in there and covered that ball.
Good vision from Chacon to just come back and side out solidly after that play. Mariah Whalen with the serve. Played for Wisconsin, indoor. Lots of these players have played indoor volleyball previously in their careers, especially the Americans. They've got such a strong college system over there. After she played indoor for a couple of years, she then switched to beach because of an injury. So a good place to get your grounding indoors. A lot of the juniors in Australia still playing both, indoor and beach. Good block from Jana. Steffi is on it as always. Good touch, just can't put up enough.
It's a good spot there by Milutinovic on that block, but the touch from Chacon just enough just to roll that off the fingers, and Steffi Fayez just going the wrong way.
Well, we knew it was going to be tight, and it started off very, very tight. No team giving up any easy points. Another great swing. So it looks like the Americans are going with their strategy to block that angle.
Potentially just giving or going a little bit too far on that angle, giving too much line for Steffi Fayez. Seemed like, she had a pretty easy line hit there and didn't feel like there was too much blocking pressure in front of her.
Well, we've talked about how difficult it is to block Steffi Fayez with that fast left arm. Good touch from Milutinovic. Fayez just gives it straight back to Chacon. And again, Milutinovic patrolling that net.
Milutinovic is getting so many touches, and apart from that one, they're not necessarily going down as a block, but she is starting to really influence this game here. She's going to really make the Americans think of how they can get around her.
Well, if they get around her, then you've got Steffi in the backcourt. That was an unusual kind of an error for Steffi. Looked like she had a pretty good handle on that, just pulling out of the dig a little bit too early. So 8 points all. Whalen on serve. Fayez looking to hit, gets dug easily. Still trouble trying to get past Milutinovic, the Americans. Having another try. Again, the nice late blocking from Jana. Oh, and this time so much pressure on the Americans.
Jan is playing around with her timing as well with her block. She's not just, you know, getting up early for those hard hits. She's delaying and playing for some of those shots, and you know, she's really getting these touches to shoot up really high in the air, so she had plenty of time to make a play on the ball.
Terrific serve. And good vision from Chacon.
At time, Chacon just finding her way around that block and just going a little bit wider on that cut shot and, you know, avoiding that block of Milutinovic.
Well, it's definitely going to be in her mind. They've done well, 9 points apiece, even though right now Jana is causing all sorts of strife at the net. Fayez siding out pretty well. We'll get another opportunity. Oh, that ball is in. Both girls in a really hard position to try and dig that one.
Yeah, I don't think that was them thinking that it was going to go long either. You know, both of them were making the move, and it looked like exact same point. They both thought the other was just going to take it.
Well, and there's the 2-point gap. Chacon and Whalen have been waiting for. First time we've seen a bit of gap since the very beginning of this set. Now's definitely the time to try and pull away, get a little bit of a lead. Payesh easily dug by Chacon again. Right back at her. And this time finds the sand. So Australia will sit down just a point behind in this first technical timeout. And of course, we are playing best of 3 sets, first 2 sets to 21 points. We sit down for a compulsory timeout when the point score equals 21 points.
Just as we thought, you know, this game has started off and it is tight. It's going either way, and you know, the blocking presence of Milutinovic has been impressive, but it's not actually creating that many, you know, points for him. You know, she's seemingly getting a touch on almost every second point. She's getting a touch on that block, but you know, I think she's only had 1 or 2 actual blocks go down from that, and you know, as you can see, they're trailing 10 to 11. So, you know, while she is there, the Americans are still finding a way to get it done.
Well, they're having to be patient, the Australians, waiting for their own opportunities to make some points. But like you said, they're making the Americans play each point maybe 2 or 3 times back and forth over the net. This is the first time the Aussies have been seeded #1 in an international event of this calibre. Strong serve from Fayez. Finds some space through the middle. Elena Chacon only at 175 centimetres, but really taking on Milutinovic. Trying to push Fayez all the way back. Net infringement on the USA there.
Just getting a little bit greedy there on the block and, you know, collecting that top tape. It was a good swing either way from Steffi Fayez.
Another good touch. Oh, the thought was there, but so were the players. Steffi was right there to dig that ball, so if she hadn't have hit that out, Australia would have been on it.
You can see when Milutinovic is going out to block, she's tapping her hip which way she's going to go, and at the moment she's calling it pretty well.
And another misplay from the Americans gives Australia the lead.
And I'd also be interested to see if, when she does tap her hip, if the setter's watching it all, and maybe they try to start using that to their advantage, see which way she's going, and then call the other way.
Well, she tapped at that time, and Steffi was behind her on the line as well. So interesting strategies in the way different teams play defense. I mean, there is no hard and fast rule in this game. You can pretty much do what you want, and to be able to use your own strengths is better than just playing like everybody else. Don't copy people, just play to your own strength. And Jana's strength is just hitting over the top of people.
Yeah, I think that's why we've seen the Americans go after Steffi. That looked rather easy for Jana there, just getting up and seemingly hitting almost like a ball's height above the block of Mariah Whalen.
Well, it's all locked up again. 14 points apiece. And if we have a look at the matches that the Aussies played to get here, well, they won their first match against England, Mumby and Starr, in 3 sets. They then went on to win the next 2 against Japan and then New Zealand, McDonald and Stevenson, in 2 sets. Then they won in 3 very tough sets this morning in the semi-final, and that's brought them here to this gold medal match. So they haven't dropped a match. They just need to stay focused if they want to take this gold medal. And now's the time to do it, Max. You don't want to leave your run. If you can make that 2-point gap now, it feels better, right?
Yeah, you don't. Of course, you don't want to leave it, till, either you're trying to save some set points or in that last end. You want to make sure that you start it early, build a bit of a gap, and you love to have a bit of a 19-16 end switch.
Well, they're almost there. They've got the gap now, 16-14, the Aussies. First time they've been ahead by 2. And that was seemingly easy, simple play by the Australians with the angle block. Let's see what they've got in store for this next play. Well, they don't have to do anything. Another mistake from the Americans. And all of a sudden, they need to sit down. They call the timeout. Australia 3 points ahead.
And even though Jana's not getting these blocking stats now in terms of kills, can't understate the position that she's really put herself in this game, where getting these touches time and time after again. The Americans are now trying to find how can they just keep that ball away from her, and potentially that's where we're seeing some of these errors where that one bouncing off of the tape and going wide. But we've seen, especially in transition plays, there's been some knuckles or some shots that have gone almost a metre out of the side of the court, so not even really close.
Yeah, it's going to be playing on the minds of the Americans, especially Elena Chacon, who's getting most of the balls. The Aussies feeling pretty good, I'm sure, at this point. Looking to hunt down their 2nd gold medal for the year. Jana Milutinovic on serve. Going on the angle this time.
That's a good response there, Elena Chacon. You'd love to have that timeout and then come out and just get a nice, easy side out. Just try and build a bit of momentum, bit of confidence.
Fayez in a bit of trouble, but still tries to get that seam right down the middle. Wonderful set from her partner. Jana and Steffi are part of the developing Volley Rouge squad training in Brisbane. Jana from Adelaide and Steffi from New South Wales, from Sydney. Grew up on Manly Beach. Her brother Adam, also one of the top players in his age group. Mum is a wonderful athlete. Dad, well, he's just a wonderful dad. That wasn't a wonderful serve. Right now, the Australians, they change with definite advantage. They're on what is possibly the more favoured end now. There's a slight breeze offshore, so it's in the face of the Aussies. You can see the disappointment. Steffi there was just like, no, close the eyes, take a breath, forget about that point, because now it's time to side out. Straight back. Perfect pass. Wonderful set. Jana's setting so much better in this match than it was in the semi-final. She made some oversets in the semi, got called on a lift, I think, or a double. And now Australia has their first set point. Oh, sneaks that past.
Jana just waiting there on that block and just a little bit off on the timing as Whalen was able to find a way through.
Set point for Australia still. Going line to line on Steffi this time. Good touch. And Jana's just too big and too solid at the net. So first set to Australia, 20 points, 21 points to 17. Wonderful start for these two. And boy, do they look focused. No big celebrations. They know what they've got to do. We talked about the last time these guys played each other. It was just two of those matches were last week, Mount Maunganui, one in the semis and one in the pool. Well, the first time they played in the pool play, the first set went to the US. The second time they played in the semi-finals, the first set went to Australia. And then it flip-flopped and they went to a third set, which, like you said before, Max, ended up just with a 2-point advantage. So I'd say that the families of both Steffi and Jana, I know Jana's parents are on the Gold Coast watching their daughter for the first time at this level and this competition, which is wonderful. Hasn't made her nervous at all. She's absolutely loving it out there. She looks very, very like mentally strong at the moment.
I'm not seeing a different Jana. I think we've seen her play every other match so far this summer, which is really good to see.
It's that experience of being in the finals weekend after weekend. Great swing from Chacon. Open up the points bank for the US.
That's the start that we've been looking for, just a nice simple side out. Not going any longer, not getting a touch on that block from Milutinovic. Just a nice, easy, clean sand kill.
Off the hands. But I've just got to say, we saw it in the semi-final, and now we're seeing it in this final. Stephanie Fayez, to me, is just such a solid passer, and she's barely made a passing error. So unless they change up where they're serving Stephanie, I think they may be making a mistake, the Americans. Good dig. Up and down for Jana, over the top again.
Maybe not a mistake if Jana can get up and do that, but I do love Jana Milutinovic back in side out when she's just standing straight up, arms out wide, just kind of like inviting them, being like, come on, serve me, do it.
Well, no one's really pressured her. They'll serve a few points at her and she'll win some, but not for an entire match. Great dig from Fayesh. Can she finish this? Oh, what a dig from Chacon. Australia now with another opportunity, and Jana finishes off just with the touch. And that is the mental strength right now of the Aussies. Not trying too hard. They're using force and aggression when they need it, but also just the little touches.
And that can be so hard sometimes when you're going in for that 2-ball, not to just think of trying to blaze on this ball and just do what you need to do. As Jana does what she wants to do and just drops that hand in on that cross court and gets that block.
Well, that's not an easy thing to do. You see, Jana's incredibly strong upper body enables her to be able to drop into those blocks and control that ball. Good dig. Oh, and the backhand flipper. Whatever. However to get it to the ground, I'll take it.
And when you're that tall and you've got to jump like Jana as well, you can just get it done with whatever.
Well, the Americans They're going to get a timeout done, that's for sure. They'll use their one and only timeout per set. Nice and early. Because right now it's slipping away from them in the beginning of this second.
Very quick early burst from the Aussies. 5-1 already. You know, the Americans are definitely needing to just stem the flow of points at the moment and just, you know, find a way that they can start getting in, stringing a few side outs together. You know, not necessarily playing lots of transitions, just get them done. And, you know, once they can do that, then maybe they can find some space to get some defensive points.
Australia leading 5-1 in this second set after taking the first. A nice little swing out of the timeout. One thing I'd really love to see, I mean, we've seen how Fayez and Milutinovic have absolutely dominated the Australian tour this summer. We haven't seen our #1 Australian team, Maria Fay and Taliqua Clancy, we haven't seen them on the sand. They've been doing international stuff. They've had an injury. They're on a different schedule, but I'd love to see them play against each other. I know they train in the same place. I'm pretty sure they probably don't play against each other very often, but wouldn't that be a cool match? And maybe we'll get to see that later on in the year.
Yeah, looking forward at some of the other Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour events. I did manage to spy that the challenge event in Xiamen in China at the end of April. Both teams are entered, so maybe your wish will be granted then, Kerry.
And that would be wonderful to see them. I'm sure they don't want to play each other at an international tour. No two teams from the same country ever want to do that, go all the way somewhere overseas and have to play each other. Unless it's in the final, of course. Another swing, successful for Fayez. Siding out at a very, very high percentage now.
It is a thing that always seems to happen. You know, you'll go away as a group, you'll draw each other in like a qualies, or you end up playing each other, or you train against an international team and you'll draw their pool. Always seems to work out that way.
Well, that point going to the Americans. Fayez perhaps asking whether that was in or out. She's allowed to ask for a challenge, which means the referee comes off the stand, talks to the linesperson, and that is exactly why we flatten that sand. You see all around the lines, we flatten the sand so you can in fact see where the ball mark is if there are any questions asked. Let's have a look and see if we can see it. Wow, that is right on the corner. And the ball does go to the Americans, so couldn't have got any closer.
I think it's caught that bit of line that seemingly is covered by a bit of sand right on that corner.
Big angle again from Fayez. And again, I've got to say the hand setting from Jana right now is on point. Strong, confident. She's not worried. She made a couple of errors in the semi-final with her hand. She overset her partner a few times, but right now she is setting like butter. Easy dig for Fayez. And for Chacon, reading each other really well. Must have touched the block. Chacon gets an arm on it, but it's not good enough. It was the speed from Jana Milutinovic down that line.
You can see even that swing, Milutinovic wasn't really putting too much behind it, but because she's up so high, she knows that she can put just a little bit more speed on her off-pace hits.
Chacon has a look. Fayez waited until she looked and then made the move. Well, that was a wonderful transition again. Fayez and Milutinovic, they can do no wrong right now. It is, and it's so frustrating when you're playing a team that every touch, even when it's out of system, is perfection.
And that's what it looked like on the face there of Whalen there. It just looked like there was some frustration coming in, and you know, things just aren't working out. You know, Steffi's just flying across and just throwing an arm at it, and it just pops up.
just like that. Jana is on it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Milutinovic delivers on the set, and Fayez, she doesn't put it in the court, she hits a winner.
Why do I feel like the thing was need you to hit hard, be aggressive, go after it, and then it's kind of like that happens. You're like, well, all right, whatever I'm kind of doing doesn't seem to be working at the moment. But that does. Just great pass there, putting up on 2, and then Whalen just with the soft little line touch.
Bit of a flipper hand, that one, just off the side of the ball. Americans need something here to keep themselves in this set and this match. Well, called this time for a double, Milutinovic, meaning the ball has not come out of her hands cleanly. That won't stop her. She's delivered plenty of great sets in this match, in this set. Another good pass. She goes with her hands again. Whalen can't do much. over the top, and just a snap down so sharp. This lady is only 22 years of age, and Jana Milutinovic with a few more years of experience playing at a higher level. Goodness gracious me, she's going to be a player of the future. Pretty sure these two will one day be Olympians. 13th point for Australia now. They've got to be feeling confident at this point, Max.
Yeah, they're absolutely racing through this second set as well. Just stringing points together. They're just drawing it out a little bit longer with that service error there. Jana just putting a little bit too much mayo on that one.
Still going after Fayez, and she's still absolutely passing nails and hitting winners. I mean, at what point do you stop? I know, again, Jana, when she transitions, she wins the point, but she hasn't been pushed on tough serves. She hasn't been pushed on short serves or a serve after a serve after a serve. So, you know, the Americans at this point, they've got nothing to lose. Surely they'd change something up.
So, you know, would have hoped to have seen potentially in this timeout them discussing what little changes they might use, but at the moment just, you know, internalising everything, just, you know, obviously figuring out what they need to do personally to get up here, and, you know, where you can see on the other side with the Aussies just looking rather relaxed and rather comfortable at the moment, especially compared to their semi-final, where I think we saw Milutinovic, you know, show any sort of emotion till the third set. She's looking very happy and relaxed at the moment.
Well, I'm sure her family's feeling pretty happy that they came, especially to watch her from South Australia. Straight back to Alana Chacon, who finds a way through the block. Fayez is still there.
Some great aggression there by Chacon, you know, going after the block of Milutinovic. You know, maybe that was a little change that she wanted to do. She's tried going hard and aggressive in that cross court at the defender, but maybe now going after the block.
An early celebration from Australia, but luckily that one didn't come back for them. Some great touches from the Americans, though.
Some ridiculously good touches just to keep that alive. That was a hard swing by Milutinovic.
15-8 for Australia now in the second set. Another block will just seal the deal. And you can almost feel that gold medal around your neck at this point. It is going to be so hard for the Americans at this point. They don't seem like they have what they need. Nothing's changing, doing the same old things. Ooh. Jana's there, finds the send yet again.
Really is just Steffi and Jana's day at the moment. Everything is coming off for him. Get the deflection through the block, and Steffi's there and just puts it up on a dime.
Nice side out for Maria Whalen. It's a swing on, but still looks almost defeated, even though they won that point. 9 serving 17. She's got to hurry in. It's a chance for the US. Great chase. That ball is tight. Oh, even the lucky ones are going the way of the Australians. The Americans, all they can do is laugh. Like there is days like that, aren't they, Max, that just go one way. Everything goes the way of one team.
They're just not even into the top of the tape, so even like the middle of that tape, and just somehow still manages to find its way over. And as you said, it just everything, even the seemingly very improbable balls are all just falling the way of Fayesh and Milutinovic.
Finally, a very hard-fought timeout, or side out, I should say. They've used their timeout. They've got their 10th point, but Australia just 3 points away from a gold medal. We thought it might be a game between the defenders or a game between the blockers. Well, it's one defender and one blocker right now, and one lady that's siding out like a machine, and that's Fayesh. I'd love to see her stats after this game. Margot Wiltons, Josh Slack, if you can send them through.
And so far, my prediction of a third set is not looking very good. It's not looking good.
19 serving 10. Oh, they just want to side out to finish it off. Mariah Whalen going deep. This time the first passing error from Fayesh, and an opportunity to transition for the Americans finally. Seems like a set and a half since they've had that opportunity. And Australia decide, well, they don't want any more points to go their way, so they'll have a timeout. And a little snack.
I think just wanted to make sure that, you know, their stats are looking still pretty healthy after the game here, keeping that side out percentage looking good. Very smart timeout as well. And you know, for the Americans, it's, I mean, as it looks at the moment, it's unfortunate that, you know, potentially they're going to find these points right at the end when potentially it's just too late.
21-17 in the first set, and now 19-12 in this second set of the women's gold medal match on the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Gold Coast Futures event. Couple more side outs, a side out, and maybe a block. It looks like Australia may be the first gold medalist here today. US serving 12-19. Big swing, Fayesh, unstoppable at the net. And that brings up the first of 8 match points. Will they do it with a Milutinovic block or transition, or a Fayesh serve? Let's see. Oh, neither.
It's going to be a Fayesh side out. All right, now let's cut that and put it before I...
Yeah. Match point, Australia. Oh, an ace from the USA. Big smiles from the Aussies. The first point that they have been under some serve pressure. Third match point. Big swing for Fayez, and fittingly, she has the last swing. She's dominated inside out all week. Stephanie Fayez and Jana Milutinovic, the #1 seeds, true to the seeding, gold medalists here on the Gold Coast. Gold on gold. And the silver medalists from the USA, the #4 seeds, Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen. Well, they did a great job in the semi-final. They were just absolutely outplayed in this final by these two ladies. And wow, they've worked so hard. They don't even have the energy to celebrate too enthusiastically.
And a great run by Chacon and Whalen. You know, even going down in this game, you know, just over the last 3 futures events, you know, Mollymook 4th, Monganui 3rd, Coolangatta 2nd. Maybe that next futures event they can get that gold medal.
Well, they put on a great show, but Greg has the winners with him now, Jana and Steffi.
Don't start thinking.
Jana, Steffi, I tell you what, it's raining, but it's been raining gold for you guys all summer. You must be ecstatic again about this result. You're playing unbelievably.
Yeah, that's a great way to sum it up for sure. Yeah.
Now, talking about what we've seen out there today with your blocking and your defending, girls, but really, let's highlight the most important thing. Your control's been outstanding. You've worked really hard. Give us a bit of an explanation of exactly what has brought you to where you are for this Australian summer.
I think definitely building on each game and learning from maybe matches that didn't quite show the performance that we wanted to. But definitely, yeah, building throughout the tournaments, switching on and off definitely has helped. It's a great noise. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, one thing I did notice is that when you were 19-10 up and that service error occurred and you were very cranky at 19-10 up, and so the competitiveness there is something that, do you see that, Steffi? Is she just very extra at everything she does?
Oh, we're such fighters. Yeah, of course we're going to be upset. But yeah, we definitely pushed really hard and our fighting spirit came out and we unleashed ourselves.
Now, there was one highlight I loved, and that was your chase down, Jana, towards the umpire stand and bringing back the perfect set. They're the sort of little things in a game that you guys must love.
Yeah, I had a thought about that one, whether I wanted to head towards the banners, but Steffi gave me a go, and yeah, I went, and then she killed it for me, so that was great.
That's awesome. Now, girls, what's next for you guys? What's the calendar look like in the next few months?
We have a week at home for us. It's the first time we've been home for a while, so we're going to rest, recover, come back even stronger for a couple Asian events, and then see where the year takes us.
Well, girls, you've been amazing this summer. You should be so proud of each other. And I'll give one more chance here to thank the people who have helped you get to where you are. You guys can go. I know it doesn't get too emotional, girls, but still, feel free to just mention a few names.
Definitely #1, Margot. Oh, no.
You love me so much.
It's our last tournament with her, so yeah.
Girls, it's all right. Well, look, how about you get over there, give those guys a big cuddle, and congratulations once again, girls. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Oh my goodness, great interview, Greg. Lovely words, girls. And yeah, there's a bit of sadness there, obviously, but also a lot of joy. What a fantastic season these two youngsters have had. And I'm sure we're going to see them in many, many more events this year on the World Tour. They are just at the beginning of their career.
Just looking at a few of their previous results, as we've said, Mollymook Futures event, they won gold. Monganui got the silver. They've just won the gold here at Coolangatta. So 2 golds and silvers over their previous 3 futures events, and as I said, they're on their way and going to play a few Asian Tour events, and it's going to be interesting to see how they make that next step up. I know that they're playing in the Jaiman Challenge event, so how are they going to step up and how are they going to perform at some more experienced and some older players as well? How will they adapt to the difference in pressure? And as I've said, unfortunately, without their coach, Margot Wiltons.
Well, if they play like they played today, it's going to be pretty hard to beat them at a futures level. challenge level is the next one that they'll be aiming towards. They'll get into some qualifiers and try and push themselves up further and further. Of course, they are a team of the future, and the future is here in Queensland, the 2032 Olympic Games. I mean, you've got to put them on the scorecard for the 2032 Games. You know, right now, they're loving playing together. They're both fighters, like Steffi said. But they're also like lovely people. They fight on the court, but off the court, there's smiles, they're professional, they're serious. And, you know, a lot of the men, in fact, can take something from that, the professionalism. I'm not saying that the men aren't professional, but a lot of the other players around the world, in fact. So you can see now the results of this weekend. Fejes Milutinovic coming out with the gold medal over the USA. Japan with the bronze over the USA. But it's been a wonderful week of both women's and men's competition. That wraps up the women's competition here at the Volley Slam on the Gold Coast, the Beach Volleyball Pro Tour event, the Futures event, which really is the future of the sport. I mean, players come and play these events, and then they start pushing up the rankings. And again, I mentioned it earlier in the telecasts, where we have teams that come here, just as Jana and Steffi have. They take the medals and then they just continue to go up. So really enjoying, thanking their coaches who have had such a big part in their development. Josh Slack, former player. Margot Wiltons has represented her birth country, the Netherlands, and has been a wonderful coach. It's great to see all these players being supported by such a great coaching team. Like, you can't win these matches on your own, can you, Max? It really takes a village to put it all together.
No, you definitely need the right team around you to help support you, and you can see just how much a coach or a member of support staff can really mean to an athlete. They're there with you through the good times. They're there with you through the pretty average times and even worse times as well. And for someone who's going to be there and sticking with you throughout all of that, and then to wrap that up, it's obviously going to be emotional, as we saw.
Well, we've crowned our gold medalists, we've crowned our silver medalists, and we also crowned our bronze medalists, the Japanese ladies. Weren't they wonderful in their bronze medal final as well?
We saw them really fight as well through both the semi-final and then come out and just really launched into that bronze medal game. And just from the start, just never looked like they wanted to let the Americans have any sort of sniff in it.
Both teams were pretty fatigued. We talked about how many matches all these teams, especially these two, have played throughout the week. And that's just this tournament. As I said, we had the national championships, these teams participating in those events, as well as dropping over to New Zealand, playing the Monganui Futures event as well, some of them. And, it's a long road. It all seems very glamorous, beach volleyball. You play all around the world and, but the travel really starts to wear you down. The time change, the time away from home and your loved ones. And good to see that Steffi and Jana are going to take some time off and come home. Steffi Fejes will enjoy being home. I know she just lives down the road from me, actually. They have a volleyball court in their front yard. I've just got to throw that in. But we are now, all of a sudden, it becomes men's gold medal time, because we have Burnett and Pearce in the gold medal match up against Canada. McNeil and Russell. This is going to be a really nice matchup. I feel McNeil and Russell, they really came through just at the end of both sets in their semi-final. They had a very tight match. Burnett and Pearce looked a little bit more comfortable in their match against Thailand. It was still similar. It was 21-19 both sets, but they were a little more comfortable, I would say.
McNeil and Russell just did a great job of being able to stay in each of those sets. And we saw the Kiwis actually pull out a couple leads on them, getting to some of those latter stages in each set, and then because McNeil and Russell were just right there, right when they needed to, they were able to capitalise on some errors or on some defensive transition points, and that's what got it done for them each time. And then Burnett and Pearce, they had one set where they really had to come back and steal it from the Thai team, and another one where they were a bit more in control.
Let's talk a little bit about the partnership, Burnett and Pearce. Tell me what's going on with that partnership and what perhaps could change things up for the future.
The partnership originated before the Geelong Futures event at the end of last year, and that was really spurred along with Chris McHugh having to do a bit of rehab and just get back to being fully healthy, and it's stretched out maybe a little bit longer than initially thought maybe, and at the same time Jack Pearce has really come along and has performed well. It hasn't looked like he's been a junior stepping up into his first sort of opportunity. He's been along there, and we're seeing actually more and more teams throughout these tournaments are actually going after Paul, because when Paul's been dishing up sets to Jack, he's been looking unstoppable and hasn't been really looking like he could shake him easily.
And how do you think Burnett and Pearce are going to match up against Russell's block? I mean, being one of the tallest players out there, do you think they're going to try and make him move around?
For sure, I think they'll be trying to make him move a little bit, but with how Burnett and Pearce's game style is and how their offense is set up, they like to have higher sets anyway, and so they're a little bit more up and down. So they're still a very different team to the Kiwi team that we saw play against Canada. So, while they'll be really trying to use their athleticism to get up nice and high and attack half the block, we probably won't see the speed and spread that we were seeing earlier.
I wonder if we're going to see some jump setting from Pearce and Burnett as well. Just dialing it up a little bit for the gold medal match, sometimes leaving just a little bit of extra spice for the gold medal match is nice. Gives you a little bit more confidence, but that man there, Jack Pearce, just spiking the ball, losing his hat for the 15,000th time. I think that's part of his time-wasting skill, to just let it go and then he has to pick it up again. It just takes a few extra moments. But Greg Jury, what is it like down on the sand? Is it still raining?
Well, excitingly enough, Kerry, the rain has stopped, and we've got a little bit of a breeze picking up now, but perfect conditions for beach volleyball. Should be an absolutely brilliant gold medal game.
Oh, I love it that the rain has stopped. Now, what is your thoughts on this match? You've been watching a lot of beach volleyball this week.
Yeah, look, I think Jack and Paul really have been outstanding this tournament. I think their form going into this game should be too good for the Canadians, but I've been really impressed with the Canadians' energy. They've been bringing it, so if they can get some momentum, you just never know what could happen.
Yeah, I love that. You're not going either way then. We will.
No.
Yeah. Well, we want the Aussies to win. We're all Aussies, and of course the telecast, SBS On Demand, everybody's watching it. But of course the Canadians, well, their family is probably tuning in from Canada, so hello to the families of Jake McNeil and Alex Russell. Welcome to some of the most beautiful beaches in the world here in Queensland.
As you were saying, potentially with teams, and you were referencing Burnett and Pearce, maybe saving a little bit of
Thanks,
extra
mate.
spice and extra, few things for a gold medal game. That's one thing that I know that Jake McNeil loves to do, is just save a little bit of extra, and as much energy as we saw him coming out with in that semi-final, I reckon we're going to see him step up to just a whole new level now in a gold medal game.
Looking ready to go, the Canadians, as we welcome the officials up on the stand. Jamie Salvin, one of our most experienced beach volleyball referees.
Time to bring out the athletes for number 3 senior team from Canada.
Crazy for Jake McNeil from Georgetown, Ontario, 28 years of age, 184 centimetres, defender extraordinaire. He's got a fantastic serve. He's got the Karch Karai hat on backwards, and his big blocking partner, Alex Russell from Surrey in British Columbia, 31 years of age, 210 centimetres. And they're up against the Aussies. Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Paul Burnett, 26 years of age, originally from Adelaide. Born in Canada, though. I wonder if he feels a little bit like, oh, it's my hometown. And, of course, Jack Pearce, 22 years of age. So the youngster out there who, like we've said, has stepped into some pretty big shoes and done a fantastic job over these last few tournaments. Will it be a dream run, and will Australia win the pot of gold? We will see. And this is obviously a song for Jake McNeil. He's dancing to the music. Just enjoying the atmosphere. It's what beach volleyball is all about. Men's gold medal match, Canada versus Australia. A bit of a wild serve for Jake. Right outside the banners. He won't worry too much about that at this point in the match. Paul Burnett hammering the middle towards the big blocker, Russell, getting the error to kick us off.
We've seen these two teams come up against each other one time before, and that was in the Futures event in Mollymook just about 2 months ago, and that was a very quick game, 21-10, 21-10, going in the way of the Aussies. So the Aussies will be hoping that it's something along those lines and nice and quick, and I know for the Canadians they'll be wanting to reverse that, and you know, for us here commentating and for anyone watching at home, we're just hoping for a nice, tight, exciting game.
Yeah, 3 sets would be absolutely wonderful. 3 sets of good standards, something like that. Oh, that one just going out. So it looks like Russell and McNeil are wanting Jack Pearce to have those big swings. See if Russell can get some monster blocks. He will serve and run to the net, pushing Pearce out wide. He likes his chances, but that wasn't even touched off the block. So 2 mistakes from Jack Pearce. We've been talking him up. He's perhaps a little bit nervous, you've got to say. I mean, this is one of his last opportunities to play at this point with Paul Burnett on Australian soil, in front of all the coaches, in front of the program. He wants to put in a good performance. And this time finds the hands.
And as we've said and alluded to as well, teams have been going after Paul more often than not. So if the Canadians are going to continue this on and they're going to put on that pressure and they're going to go after Jack, it'll be interesting to see how he does go with that pressure of the gold medal game. And as you're saying, on home soil, in front of the coaches and the rest of the high performance program.
Well, they're going to have to do something about that one, or just let it go. Alex Russell just using his full 2'10" height to thump that one at the feet of Jack Pearce. No chance. McNeil out to Russell, out to Pearce again, and Russell gets the block. He'll be happy about that. That's what they've planned to do. We know what their plan is now. Jack knows what their plan is now. Now the Aussie boys, they've got to move it around. And speaking to their coach, Andrew Schott, before the match, that is one of their plans, is to try and move their attack around. That's going to help. Well, that's not going to help. That set just a little bit too wide, and another mistake.
Early on, 3 errors now in very quick succession from Jack Pearce. We can see McNeil are very happy that they've forced that early Australian timeout there. You can see the Australians still just looking rather comfortable, knowing that that gap that they've got, that 3 to 6 deficit, they can directly attribute to just their errors off their own hand.
Well, a very early timeout means that Australia a little bit unsettled. Just need to stop those mistakes. Great start from the Canadians, putting pressure on Pearce straight away.
Did love that block that Russell got when he was having to shift really quick out to that antenna and was still able to redirect and penetrate with his block. You know, obviously we've seen what the Aussies are wanting to do, move him around, but if Russell can keep putting up a nicely formed block, it's going to be hard to get around. But that serve there for McNeil out of the timeout, just spraying that wide.
You can see what they're trying to do, keep Jack Pearce out to the sideline, try and avoid him running behind on the set. So it's easier for the block. This time going to McNeil. And McNeil just going wide this time. So quick little point for the Aussies. Get that one back.
A quick reaction there by Jack Pearce as well, just having to duck and make sure his hat that was falling off his head didn't contact the ball either.
Beautiful vision from McNeil. He's using the little chip shot. You don't always have to go in with heat. Just massaging the ball around the block. (7-5). Canada holds that lead, but just
keeping the Aussies in it just that little bit with some of these service errors. They've been putting him under really nice pressure, and Russell's been doing a good job at the net, but a couple of these service errors just keeping the Aussies in tow.
a wide, fast set. Nicely done. Good vision from Russell to go on the angle. No one home there. So the change of ends on every 7 points. Playing the best of 3 sets. If we need a third set, that will go to 15. First 2 sets to 21. And you must lead by 2 to finish off the sets. Again, taking the pressure off, like you said, really does make a difference, because as a spiker, if you're feeling that pressure, you've made a few mistakes, those service errors just make you feel better. Big swing. Nicely taken by McNeil. Oh, nicely finished.
Had so much court to hit into and still just managed to find some open sand, even though it was right in between those 2 players.
He looks pretty pumped, gotta say. Good dig. Pearce. Oh, nicely done, Jack Pearce. Saves the day for the Aussies.
We could hear, you know, Jake just cry out, no, as that ball has just come off the block of Russell and just redirected over his head.
Jack Pearce now sending it through the middle, trying to take the angles away. Good dig. Is that ball in? Oh, one linesperson called it in, one out, but it is in fact out. A shame. He was in the good spot.
Great spot, and you could see Jack had his arm cocked back and he was ready for that fist pump for them to call it in. Had to pull himself back out of it.
Put it back in his pocket. Put that gun back. Pearce on the ground, gets up nice and quick. Well, that was in fact Burnett. Good job taking that ball through the middle.
Pearce was pretty happy with it though.
Burnett and Pearce, very similar body types. Almost identical heights, just under 2 metres. And that is why they both play at the net and block as well. They switch it around sometimes. Just depends on who feels better to block who. Is that how they work it out, Max?
I think primarily they want Paul up there, and you know, sending Jack up there is just that little bit of a mix-up for him. Sometimes, you know, with Paul's weapon of his jump topspin serve, sometimes you just want to make sure that he can just focus on that. So you send up Jack to go and block, and you know, yes, sometimes it can be a match-up thing. Maybe someone, you know, likes to shoot a little bit more, and you know, you have Jack go up and just try and influence and make him go higher. We see the teams go into a technical timeout. The Aussies have pulled it back now. It's a 10-11 deficit that they're facing. A lot more manageable than what it was looking like early on. Those errors have seemed to have dried up on the Australian side.
Yeah, and it didn't help the Canadians with all the service errors, which, you know, took the pressure off, like we said. Rain still trickling down a little bit. There's still plenty of people hanging around to see who is going to win the gold medal in this Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures event. The gold on the Gold Coast. I love that. Could we get gold and gold on the Gold Coast? Triple gold. Jack Pearce on the baseline. Almost a save for the Canadians, but a tough serve down that line forced that error.
Great serve out of a timeout as well. And we've seen a bit today, you know, when there's been timeouts called or technical timeouts, there's been errors afterwards, and this time, great pressure serve, tying it up.
Similar serve again. Dig. McNeil, he knows where the opening is, the experience of that man.
And he loves playing against Aussies and the Kiwis, just anyone in that Oceania region, he loves to play.
McNeil debuted on the FIVB Tour 10 years ago at the Under-19 World Championships, whereas his partner, Russell, he debuted in 2020. So McNeil with a bunch more experience on the tour.
I was at that World Champs with Jake.
Did you beat him?
I don't know if we played.
Great shot selection this time from Burnett. He loves that fast cut, doesn't he, from the right side?
He does. It's so good as well when he can hit that from so high. You basically, as a defender, have to already be sitting there if you want a chance of defending it. Just a ridiculous swing and angle.
Paul Burnett, gold medalist from the last Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Getting beaten on the pull there. Great court vision again from the Canadians. Alex Russell will run in and look for a block. Has to go out wide. McNeil, brilliant. Just can't handle the heat.
It was a great spot in defense. Just, as you said, just wasn't able to angle that back and just control that ball enough to keep it in. Just the power too much.
So Canada looking to hold on to that 2-point advantage with this side out. Great call from McNeil to his partner. Really makes a difference when you've got a great setter who can turn quickly and have a look and give you that call.
And you got a partner who's actually listened to the call as well. Yeah, there's been a few times where we've heard and we've seen people just ignoring the call of that setter, and you know, Alex Russell just completely confident in Jack's call there and working perfectly.
Big swing off the block. The danger of having such a presence at the net is the spiker can feel it, they can see it, they can use it to hit off. Aussies need to find something at this point. We're closing in on the end of this set. They've been brilliant in the ends of sets so far. That will help. Oh, there it is. It's the point they needed just to get them even again.
That ball didn't need to go over either. That was Russell trying to play that ball over on two. So he's just trying to get tricky with it, and instead he was the one who got tricked.
So Aussie's 6th match for the tournament.
Serve just going long.
In fact, I stand corrected, it's their 5th match. The Canadians have had 6 matches. They had that extra match the round of 18. Burnett going up as high as he can. Oh, he was almost there, McNeil. Got the deflection, but couldn't control it.
Russell was just that little bit off balance, so he wasn't able to push out and try and get a touch on that ball. 16 all.
Oh, Russell going for the big swing, making the error, and all of a sudden Australia are up by 1.
And Canada taking the timeout as well. Just a very quick call as soon as the Aussies get that point advantage. We also saw a very uncommon backspin serve there from Jack Pearce. Maybe a little bit of a miscontact on the ball.
Or maybe just changing it up a little. Whatever it was. Alex Watson, sorry, Russell was not ready for it. Both teams just making sure that they are clear on the strategies. Sometimes the timeouts are used to clear the mind. Not a lot is said. And sometimes it's just a confirmation of the game plan, reminding each other what they need to do, whether they need to use plan B or they can stick with plan A.
And he even had the more junior player there in Jack Pearce, who was one instructing Paul, when you see him angle, jump in, drop that hand, drop in that cross court. Really good to see.
Oh, and he did just what he was told. Absolutely love it when two people come together. They've got the same thoughts in mind. They put the plan down and then they execute brilliantly. Australia up by 2 now. Another opportunity to advance that lead. Oh, Pearce, what was he doing on that one? Was he looking for the blocker?
I don't know, but I think he hit a kid.
I hope that kid is okay because he hits pretty hard.
When it just looked like just got a little bit too excited, got the defensive play and had that net almost open for him and just hit into the wrong court.
Ball goes straight back to him again. It's going to go up high, nicely read. McNeil. Another opportunity. Oh, just playing with the ball around the block.
So Jack was up in the air trying to make a play on the ball and just couldn't quite get it. We're tied 18 all. This is where both teams previously had made their little push.
Who was going to make the push first? Paul Burnett tries. McNeil succeeds. Man from Georgetown, Ontario. His fans back home right now cheering him on, wanting to see Canada get up in this first set. We can't hear them. All we can hear are the Aussies right now. 19 all. Well, this is just like both of their semi-finals, right down to the wire.
Pressure just let off a bit there with that service error by McNeil.
That's a great dig from Russell and a great put away. Bouncing over the top of the tent.
Just a hard hit ball into the middle of the court.
First set point for the Canadians, but they need to do it on defense. Pearce is going to go wide. Oh, and they do it in defense with the monster block. Wow, Jake McNeil is beside himself. He loves that. He loves to see his partner.
Bleep.
Well, we love the emotion. They need to hold it strong, though. Sometimes if you let your emotion get to you, you can go over the other side of the edge of that cliff.
Completely right, but I did say you were going to see a little bit of extra spice here from Jake McNeil. He loves playing a gold medal game, and we were wondering who was going to push first. Was it going to be the Aussies? Was it going to be the Canadians? And it was the Canadians. Got it done with a transition dig first by McNeil, and then finished off, of course, by that block there from Alex Russell. Potentially looking like the set was just a little bit tight, and Jack Pearce didn't know quite what to do and ended up playing that ball straight up into the block of Russell.
There's been a fair few blocks in this match and big bangs. And that one finishing it off for the first set. He's a wonderful partner, I think, Jake McNeil, for Alex Russell, just giving him just the amount of energy he needs, does what he needs to do in the backcourt. They're both really good setters. Sometimes he does go for his serve a little bit. He's a bit out of control on that serve, but we'll forgive him. He did that on the first point as well.
It's one of those things, though, that as a team, you're going to wear it, because he does find some, aces where you're just not expecting it, and he really uses it to build a lot of energy. And it's a great shot there where seemingly he was underneath the block and would have had nowhere to go, and somehow is able to just figure a way through.
It's so frustrating for the Australians. Down a set, 1 point apiece in this second set. Pearce off the net, straight to McNeil. Oh, McNeil he's just free up there in the air, isn't he? Swinging away, he's not thinking too much.
It's the other thing as well. He started screaming before he even hit that ball.
He was happy about his dig. Russell now from the baseline. Going after a block again, and he gets another monster block. Brilliant timing, and the penetration over the net, superb.
That was a huge block there by Russell. Had a little bit more time to just set up, and just that inside hand, so strong, and as you said, penetrated so far over the net.
Right back at Pearce. Burnett looking to try and play it up off the block, but his partner not there to cover. Aussies needing to change something up, and they're going to have a timeout first. So again, calling their timeout super early. They can feel that things aren't going their way, and I feel like they need to change something up in their offense. It's not making Russell move enough as a blocker.
I think it's something that, to me, is almost against how they've been playing, and it's against their game style. They're not a team that have really been playing with a lot of width and speed and moving around blockers a lot. They're so used to just having those up and down sets and just playing within that. So maybe that's the change, is going back to, actually, let's just play how we've been going throughout this whole tournament, back in our height, because their athleticism puts them at the same height as Russell anyway at the net, and it's just backing themselves in to just really go for it, because potentially moving themselves around so much is having the same effect that they were hoping would on the blocker, and is actually just decreasing their attack height.
Well, let's see if they make any changes for serving one in this men's gold medal match. Second set. Change up for Paul Burnett. And it affects the Canadians. And they have a little net touch.
That swing going out long there for just a little bit longer just meant that that net touch was unfortunately before the ball landed.
And now a mistake again from the Canadians. Russell first net touch, and now the hit out. So that's going to help the Aussies a little bit. But you can't really base your game on your opponent's errors, can you?
No, you've got to be making sure that if those errors are coming, that's coming from your direct pressure. You're putting them under pressure on your serve or, you know, blocking presence. But at the moment, it just seems like a couple of these errors have just been miscue. It's just been a mishit. And, you know, at the moment, you know, the Canadians are looking on. We obviously know that Jake McNeil is firing on all cylinders.
Oh, that one, pretty sure Burnett is going to challenge. Almost looks like from here the ball mark is in. The linesperson called it out. Linesperson will come and talk to the head referee, comes off the stand. Jamie Salvin, check the ball mark, talk to the linesperson. Oh, we can see that just at the bottom of the screen. Did the line move? No, it looks like the line did not move. So it's whether the shadow of the ball is out, and yes, it is out. So that point going to the Canadians. Very, very tight call. Well officiated.
And Paul was very confident as well. That challenge was up straight away.
Definitely looked in at first glance. This time going around Pearce. Oh, he finds a way, threads the two goalposts of Russell.
Almost looking like McNeil wasn't expecting or ready for that ball to actually come through the block, because he was right there and almost landed on his feet. But the Aussies finding a way to just get a point there. Still holding that 4-6 deficit.
Burnett looking for an ace. Just putting too much on it. Tell me, Max, as a former blocker in the game and a great blocker, great player representing Australia, at what point do you block with your hands really wide apart as opposed to closer together and just taking a zone?
It was really hard for me to just take a zone and just do that. It was something that I had to work on later at the end, because at the net, I was always just like, I wanted to get the block. You know, yes, it was great if my defender got a dig and we won that point, but I wanted to be the one to go and get it. And that has its pros and cons. Sometimes it would frustrate defenders. You know, my hands are going and getting in a way. And it's just how you, as a blocker and as a team, want to set it up. You know, we've seen here for Burnett and Pearce, you know, they're really just trying to take a particular zone away. And, you know, with Russell being a bit bigger, you know, we've seen his hands are spreading a bit further apart and, you know, has a little bit more license to take more of that court away.
A wonderful dig again, but just unable to control it the second time round. But like you said, that time Russell took so much of the court that McNeil just had to stand in that gap and protect his face, which he did the first hit. Second time, couldn't get it though.
And it's something that if you're not a career blocker, I guess you could say, you know, that's when you start going where you're just trying to take and do your job and just take that zone. Where if you're a full-time blocker, that's usually when, you know, you've got more games under your belt that you feel like you have that license, or you're told you have that license to just, hey, you go up there and get that block, you hunt it.
Yeah, you block with your strengths rather than trying to block like a big blocker if you're not that big blocker. Enough of blocking. Canada are up 9-6. Nice little lead. Australia still has plenty of spring left in their step, though.
Great swing there. And, you know, still, it's the energy, and it's looking like it's all going the Canadians' way, but the Aussies are doing a good job of just still holding that 3-2 point deficit. They're not dropping too far off. We know that they can come back.
And here it is. A little error creeps in. McNeil must be feeling it now. He's been doing so much work today in the first semi-final. He was all over the place, digging everything, transitioning. And now it looks like he's being targeted, but not successfully.
They got the 1 point there off of his error and that service into the net. Clawed one back.
Big swing, nicely directed down that line. Beautiful spot in the corner.
So tough, there's not much you can do. You know, Jack Pearce was trying to drop off and defend the part of the court, but that ball from Russell just right over the top of the head, just rainbowed over him.
11 serving 8. Nice and short. Unable to use the option play. Burnett has to get up and swing away, and he does that brilliantly.
Even though that rain has finished, unfortunately, it's just making that top camera vision just a little bit blurry.
Has a little look and just massages it again to the side. So McNeil and Russell from Canada leading 12 points to 9 as they sit down in this technical timeout, compulsory timeout. Australians have already had their timeout for the set. They have no more timeouts. Canadians still have one that they can use, a personal timeout.
Jake just feeling pretty comfortable, just talking about like, oh, fair few people have showed up, haven't they? It's always interesting to hear and see how different players take on the pressure of a gold medal game. You have, Simon, we can see here, he's really focused in, going through what do we have to change, what can we do, and, to have, I guess, just the calmness and relaxed spirit of Jake McNeil, just to kind of look out into the crowd and be like, fair bit of a crowd up now. It's pretty cool.
There's always a great crowd on the Gold Coast. We've had so many events along the coast. Surfers Paradise is where we used to go. Now it's all about Coolangatta, and the locals love it. Pearce going behind, making the block move and successfully going through with a big cheer.
Just trying to build some momentum there, big celebration coming out of that timeout. It was a big swing through that block.
Targeting McNeil again, getting an opportunity. Oh, lost opportunity for Australia. That would have been a big point, a very well-earned point if they could have transitioned.
And one Jack would want to have back. Just pulled his arms on that pass a little bit.
It's heartbreaking when the lead is 3 points and you have that opportunity. Anything, you'll take it. Oh, and they'll take that. The Canadians. Alex Russell just says, no way, Jose. I have got your number today. Paul Burnett just looking at his partner, trying to give him some support. Canada now 14 serving 10 in this second set. And they have one set in the pocket. Burnett struggling on that. Opposition not able to put it away. This time Russell cannot put it on the ground, but he can tool it off the block. So the 15th point now to the Canadians. Great work.
You can see, Paul just looking to his partner, almost like a little bit like what do you need? Like, what do you want right now? Because you can see Canadians are just slowly pulling away.
And that one clipping the tape, not even a block, but it might go down as a statistic for Alex Russell. Jack Pearce in all sorts of strife on the side out. Canadians trying to rush between points, 16-10. Keep the pressure on the Australians. Burnett going up on 2, can't get it past either. 17-10. Well, this is a lot less close than we thought it was going to be.
The pressure the Canadians are putting on is just creating these points, creating these errors. That last 2 ball came from just trying to force something. Burnett just trying to find a way to relieve some of that pressure on Jack Pearce.
And it can be frustrating when your partner's, I wouldn't say he's down in the dumps, but he's dropped a few points. He's having a hard time trying to side out, and then you're trying to do something and you over-try. You make the errors as well, and then for the person who's trying to side out, it's kind of a double whammy. It's like neither of you can do anything right now, but the Aussies, they are fighters and they will not give up. 11 serving 17. Canada looking very good, though, in this second set. Big serve, easily taken by McNeil, who spends a terrible amount of time just standing there admiring his pass and taking every little moment in before he comes in and just easily hits that one away for a winner.
As we've heard when Greg spoke to him as well, just spends the most amount of time that I reckon we've seen on the sand this tournament, just looking at what that defense is doing before he makes his mind up to swing.
That one, was it touched on the block? Yes, it was. Burnett this time having a go and gets it past.
It was a great use of Russell's head on that first block, and unfortunately, he couldn't figure out where to put his hands in for that second one after that little knock.
12 serving 18. Canadians perhaps 3 points away from gold medal here. That one coming off the top, I think, of the Australians, and Burnett owning up. Great sportsmanship from the Aussies.
Just needing to bank in that good karma. If they're going to come back from here, they're going to need a little bit of help. Don't know if that help's going to come, though. That's a great serve there by Jake McNeil, just down the line. Jack Pearce is not able to make a move.
He's playing so free. He's so confident. Could this be their second medal on a Pro Tour event? Nice dig. Aussies get another opportunity. Pearce decides not to take it. Paul Burnett will.
So not quite yet. They're going to have the side out here for that gold medal point.
Well, they've got plenty of opportunities now. 7, in fact.
They got the silver 2 years ago.
Oh, they both want to hit the winner. Oh, and it's not going to happen.
Not yet. Not yet, at least.
Hope everyone in Canada is enjoying this telecast on SBS On Demand. And all the Aussies as well. And there it is. Canada take the gold medal. The Volleyball World Pro Tour Futures event here on the Gold Coast. The gold goes to the Canadians, Jake McNeil and Alex Russell. The silver going to Paul Burnett and Jack Pearce from Australia. Wonderful, wonderful day for the Canadians. They fought through the semi-final. They almost just stole it at the end of the match for the semi, but they definitely proved themselves in the gold medal match.
It was a fantastically tight first set, and then they just never even let Burnett and Pearce have a chance right there in that second set. They went strong early, and then were just able to hold that lead throughout the whole set. You know, had that 3-point gap on that technical timeout, and then just slowly built it. And you know, it took a couple of times to win that last point, but eventually they got there, and you can see just that relief and you know, that was on that face of Jake McNeil.
Well, absolutely loving this gold medal. Greg Jury, what do the boys have to say after that win?
Jake, Alex, guys, I tell you, that was one hell of a performance out there today. Your defensive pressure and your blocking structure and taking those big hits, something you had to see. Congratulations on the gold medal win.
That's an absolutely unbelievable team with a ton of firepower, and they absolutely kicked our ass a couple weeks ago in Mollymook. So to be able to come back and play really well against a world-class team like that is really exciting. We got second place here 2 years ago, so we felt like we needed to come back and get some redemption. This is our absolute favorite beach. The people showed up, and we're just speechless right now.
That's awesome, mate. Well said. Now, big fella, tell me, this performance of your blocking, some of those blocks that you got then, I actually didn't think that ball would ever come back. I thought it'd be buried forever. How good does it feel when you get those ones that just come off so sweet?
Man, when people ask me about what I love so much about beach volleyball, it's like the number one thing that comes to mind for me is blocking. Just stopping the other team from doing what they want to do is kind of a special aspect to the game, and I really love it.
There was a turning point in that second set, and I remember there was a 2-ball play that you dug, and it put a lot of pressure. Then you put it away, and then all of a sudden they started to get worried about your defense, and then the big fella stepped up and just started roofing. And it must be great when the team combination starts to work like that. Explain the work that you guys have done as a team, and what is that sort of play that you really seek when you play the game?
Yeah, we talked about that a lot when we first started playing together, but this guy makes my job super duper easy. When he's taking away most of the court, I can just fill in behind him. So he was an absolute monster, and he made my job easy. And yeah, we're just so grateful. Thanks to our team back home. We wouldn't be able to do it without them, so they weren't able to make it out here, but you know, we appreciate them, and it's super early back home, but I hope they were able to get up and watch us play. So,
Well, guys, firstly, again, congratulations. Unbelievable win. You were outstanding in that game, and you brought it where it mattered. You should be super proud. Go home with gold around your neck. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, massive congratulations to the Canadians. Great interview yet again, Greg. Thank you for that. Thank you for all your time on the sand. And congratulations to the Aussies, a silver medal. Of course, they'll be hurting for a little bit. But, you know, losing is part of winning. You've got to lose a few to know how you can get better. I just love the fact that Alex loves being so big and blocking, and his partner is just so fun around him, Jake McNeil. And, you know, it's not easy being 2 meters 10 to be able to work yourself around the sand. 2 meters 10 is 6'11". And so he's carrying that frame, Alex, and he's just able to shut balls down, but he's also able to move. He's a good setter in transition, gives his partner some pretty decent balls near the net.
All I could do was just start nodding and agreeing with Alex when he just started talking about that. First thing that comes to mind about what was so good about beach volleyball was just blocking someone out. And as he said, you're just stopping the other team from doing exactly what they want to do. It's such a momentum killer on their side and energy builder for yourself. And just an awesome result for this Canadian team. As Jake said, they wanted to come back. They wanted to better their result 2 years ago of losing in this gold medal game. And, you know, they lost to a Aussie team back then, and, you know, not the same Aussie team, but they've managed to flip it and get that gold medal around their neck.
Well, final results for the men. Burnett Pearce from Australia coming in second behind McNeil and Russell, who take home the gold. And Reid and McManaway, the New Zealand duo, they take the bronze medal over Thailand with a forfeit. And we're hoping and wishing that Wachirawit is fine. He went to hospital earlier with a bit of a viral infection. He played a fantastic semi-final. He waited until the end of that to say, I'm not well, but we hope he is absolutely fine. So congratulations to all the medalists in the men's comp, and of course also in the women's competition. Gold for Australia, silver for the USA, and bronze for Japan. Perinic and Gessner just missed out, losing their bronze medal match, but they've been a wonderful pair to have here from the United States. We've had so many great teams come over from the States for the couple of futures events that we've had, and also enjoy the Australian National Championships. So it's been a wonderful summer, and this is our final event for the year.
I'm going to miss it. You know, the good thing is, though, internationally, we've only just started in the year. Plenty of events are lining up, and of course, we've got those Paris Olympics lined up. So we're going to have so many teams who are just fighting, and that pressure is just on another level. You know, we saw the previous Olympic cycle. For some events, it was coming down to, you know, the last two events and teams needing some very particular results to get it done. And, you know, I can't wait to see how the rest of this year unfolds.
Well, speaking about the Olympics, we're going to hang around for the medal presentations. But speaking about the Olympics, how are our Aussie teams faring? What's happening on the men's side?
So at the moment, to start off on the women's side, we've got Talipa Clancy and Maria Faye Artacho del Solar. They're currently sitting in that top 16 Olympic ranking, so they would gain automatic qualification through there. Probably just wanting another good result just to attach to their name, just to solidify that in. And then on the men's side, we've got Thomas Hodges and Zachary Schubert, who are just sitting a couple spots above where the girls are, and I think they're currently sitting about 10th place, and so they're looking very strong. And they're looking to, you know, just get another result just to get them in, but they're looking like they're, you know, they've written their names down there in pencil. They're just looking to just write it, you know, down in stone first. And then for the rest of the men's, we've got Isaac Carraher and Mark Nicolaides. They've just come off a 9th place at the Challenge event in Recife in Brazil, and they're going to see if they can have a last-minute push do they have can they string together a few really nice results that might just be able to have them as a little dark horse, just to slide on up and potentially sneak into that top 16. If not, they're going to have to go through that Continental Cup process, and that could be teamed up with this team of Burnett and Jack Pearce, or it could be Burnett and his usual previous partner, Chris McHugh. We'll have to wait and see how selections go and how just results end up laying out for us.
Well, that's how it panned out for the men. Gold medal match. Canada take it home. We're going to go to a quick break and we will be back with the medal presentations.
without the officials, volunteers and event staff, these events wouldn't be possible. Can you please put your hands together for all of our amazing workforce? I'd like to ask you to keep the applause going while we thank our amazing sponsors, without whom we wouldn't be able to run events like this one. We would like to make a special recognition to our major partners, Hancock Prospecting, Tourism Events Queensland, Experience Gold Coast, Scape Student Living, Mahindra, Makasa, We Are Feel Good Inc., Budgie Smuggler, Bolle, Kogan and the AIS. Please thank all of our sponsors. Now I'd like you all to please continue that applause as we welcome our dignitaries to this afternoon's presentations. Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, Executive Chairman, Hancock Prospecting and Volleyball Australia's patron.
Craig Carraher, Volleyball Australia President. Kim Brady, Volleyball Australia Board Member. Chris McHugh, Olympian and two-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Ankit Taneja, Mahindra National Manager. Bakara Palmer, London Olympian. And a special thank you to the FIVB Technical Delegate for this event, Jeff Breho, and our referee coach, Darren Grimsey, for their support and hard work over the last 5 days of competition. We would ask the two gentlemen to come forward to receive a small gift on behalf of Volleyball Australia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out to the podium the women's medalist teams for the 2024 Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Gold Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Gold Coast event for 2024 women's bronze medal from Japan, Suzuka Hashimoto and Reika Murakami. The third place awards will be presented by Ankit Taneja, accompanied by Bakara Palmer. Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Gold Coast event for 2024 women's second place winner from the United States of America, Elena Chacon and Mariah Whalen. The second place awards will be presented by Kim Brady, accompanied by Chris McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Gold Coast event for 2024 women's champions, representing Australia, Stephanie Fayesh and Jana Milutinovic. The awards will be presented by Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, accompanied by Craig Carraher. Thank you, ladies. Can I please ask you all to give these wonderful athletes one last round of applause? Well, we ask them to step down from the podium and we welcome our men's teams to the podium. Congratulations, ladies. And now it's time to welcome the men's teams to the podium, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the men's podium winners. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Gold Coast event for 2024 men's third place winner Representing New Zealand, Thomas Reid and John McManaway. The third place awards will be presented by Ankit Taneja, accompanied by Bakara Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Coolangatta event for 2024 men's second place winner from Australia, Jack Pearce and Paul Burnett. The second place awards will be presented by Kim Brady, accompanied by Chris McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures Coolangatta event for 2024 men's champions, representing Canada, Jack McNeil and Alexander Russell. Awards to be presented by Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, accompanied by Craig Carraher. Now a big thank you to all of our award winners, and thank you to our VIPs. I would like to now welcome the women back out to the podium for a group photo before our lovely VIPs make their way to the safety of the marquee. We could welcome back all the women's medalists, please, for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you all your podium winners, the men's and women, for 2024 here at Coolangatta.
Well, what a season it's been here in Australia. National tours, youth, senior events, school events, and 3 futures events. Geelong, Mollymook and Coolangatta. We finish here on the Gold Coast. There's been volley fests, volley mooks and volley slams. So on behalf of myself, Kerry Pothast and Max Skura, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you all next season. Enjoy the champagne, everyone.